Well, hello everybody, welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G, John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday only here on YouTube, as I see buffering already on the show, which is not good. And anyway, welcome to the Vinyl Treasure Show, and on this cold night here as we start buffering already from the beginning here. And I know it looks okay now. It says it's okay, 66, 752. So thank you all for tuning in to the Vinyl Treasure Show this evening. Got some cool tunes tonight. As we turn the clocks back, we get an extra hour tonight. So we'll see how that goes here. But I did pull out some extra records. Got a lot of requests for tonight. And we opened up tonight, opened up with Mr. Earl Bostic and his orchestra. Had a ton of releases on Sid Nathan's King record label, Earl known for his alto sax solos. And this was one from December of 1957 on King Records. It was called No Name Jive, a pretty cool one that he does. He has quite a few that I have featured here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Well, without further ado here, and no more babbling, let's start her off here with the vocal portion. And last week, I featured the debut single for Sherman and the Darts. The song was called Remember It's Only You and I. That was requested by Evan Blatt. And the flip side was requested by listener Nick Nicola, and was one of the theme songs that Ronnie I used to play on one of his shows. I can't remember, but I used to listen to Ronnie I religiously. I think he was on 3 or 4 radio networks in New Jersey, but I used to tune in those late nights. I think one was at midnight. And anyway, that goes with the name of this tune. It features Sherman Nichols on lead. This is on the Fury record label, April 58. Sherman and the Darts on the Fury label. We open up with Rockin' at Midnight. This is for Nick Nicola.
Everybody jumping and everybody stomping at midnight. Everybody jumping and everybody stomping at midnight. I'm gonna grab my baby, hold her tight at midnight. I'm gonna grab my baby by the hand at midnight. We're gonna rock and roll and do the stroll at midnight. Everybody jumping and everybody stomping at midnight. Well, rock, 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 rock everybody, rock, 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 rock everybody, rock, 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 rock everybody, rock, 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 rock everybody. I'm gonna grab my baby by the hand at midnight. We're gonna rock and roll and do the stroll at midnight. Everybody rocking and everybody jumping at midnight. Everybody stomping and everybody jumping at midnight. Everybody jumping and everybody stomping at midnight. I'm gonna grab my baby and hold her tight at midnight. I'm gonna grab my baby by the hand at midnight. We're gonna rock and roll and do the stroll at midnight. Everybody jumping and everybody stomping at midnight.
April 1958 release there for Sherman and the Darts. Sherman Nichols on lead there. Rockin' at Midnight, the name of the tune. Bobby Robinson's Fury record label, of course, is Sherman and the Darts, also recorded as the Darts on the App record label. A wonderful song they do called On My Mind. That is an excellent tune on the Apt record label. Let's continue here. We started off here with 2 up-tempo tunes here. Let's go to December of 1955 for this release. This group out of Harlem, New York, they signed with Bess Berman's Apollo record label, had 6 releases. This is their second. It features Floyd Adams on lead. This was sort of a new New York hit because I used to see this record quite a bit when I used to go record hunting when I was a teenager. I used to find it on both 78 and 45. Give a listen to the keynotes. December 1955 on the Apollo record label. It's called I Don't Know.
I don't know why I love you like I do. Well, maybe it's because that you love me true. Still, I don't know. No. Love you like I do. Oh, come back, my darling. Please come back to me. Well, tell me, pretty baby, that you will be true. Still, I don't know. No. Love you like I do. Oh, maybe someday, my dear, you will understand. Well, tell me then, my darling dear, I can be your man. Still, I don't know. No. Love you like I do. Oh. Love you like I do. Well, maybe it's because that you love me true. Still, I no. Love you like I do.
Those are the great keynotes there. Floyd Adams in the keynotes, December 1955 release on the Apollo record label. I Don't Know is the name of that tune. Floyd Adams, of course, he was the first lead of the group after he left the group. I think after their next release, and he was replaced by Sam Kearney. Sam Kearney took over the reins of the keynotes later on, but all their records are great, both sides of the 45. The flip side of this is pretty nice, too. Maybe somebody will request A Star, a nice ballad on that side. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening as we continue here. It's my all 50s and early 60s Vinyl Treasure Show. We do it every Saturday from 10 to 1 a.m., and tonight we put the clocks back, so we'll have some extra time. That means you will not be late for your church services, George. You will not. But thank you all for tuning in. You got a lot of requests tonight, and let's open it up here with a request as we count it down chronologically here on Saturday night. And this one dates back to November of 1951. It's a request for listener Daniel Kubacki. He requested The Great Ravens, their second release on the Mercury label. It features the great sound lead of Joe Van Loan. And also, I think the bass comes in. Jimmy Ricks comes in, I think, there for a bridge or two. But this is by request for Daniel, November 1951. These are the Ravens on Mercury. It's called There's No Use Pretending.
We weren't meant for each other. I know it can never be. So there's no use pretending, since you are in love with me. I tried to give you love, dear, but you placed it on the shelf. So there's no use pretending, since you're loving someone else. The days that we lived, I'll have to forget and start life over anew. There's nothing more that I can say. I'll just have to see it through. Dooby-dooby-da.
I'll have to do without you and forget about the past. So there's no use pretending.
I'm sorry it couldn't last. I'm sorry. Sorry. So sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry it couldn't last.
Sorry.
As by request for Daniel Kubacki, the great sound of the Ravens there. The Ravens with Joe Van Loan on lead, November 1951 release on the Mercury record label. There's No Use Pretending is the name of the tune. Now, this was recorded at their first Mercury session and was issued on the R&B series of Mercury Records, which was the 7000 series. They also issued it on the Pop series. So this comes out on Mercury 7564, which is how I have it. I may even have 8529, which is the Pop series number, the 8000 number. Then they combined them both and started with the 70,000 series. And then they started using colors to identify their R&B 45s. They were pink. Their countries were yellow. I think between the R&B and the pop, the pop was either maroon or black. You can get some of the R&B also maroon and black too. But anyway, the Great Ravens, that's by request for Daniel. They like that one there in the YouTube chat room. Let's continue here. We move into 1953 now. This is a request for listener Emnon. This group is out of Detroit, Michigan. They released two on Joe Von Battle's Thriller label. Now, Amnon requested their second, which would be picked up by the Big Town label. Big Town Records was out of California, and that's how I own this record. It features Joe Murphy on lead. This is by request for Amnon, August 53. These are the Thrillers. I have it on Big Town. It's called Maddie, Leave Me Alone.
Why don't don't you leave me alone? Well, I give you all my money, honey, but you a big fat home.
As by request for listener Amnon there, those are the Thrillers. The Thrillers from August 1953. That one there on the Big Town record label, Maddie, Leave Me Alone. That's for Amnon. Now, this group later recorded as the Five Jets on the Deluxe label, also the Five Stars on Mark X, and the Voice Masters on the Anna record label. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show and move into 1954 now with... last week's show, I featured a group called the Scarlets. They were out of New Haven, Connecticut. Featured their second release on Bobby Robinson's Red Robin record label with Darling, I'm Yours. Both Daryl Aletz and Nick Nicola requested the flip side, which is a classic tune by this group. It was written by the lead singer, and that is Fred Paris. This is their second of four on Red Robin, November 1954. Give a listen to the Scarlets on Red Robin and their tune called Love Doll.
Don't ever roll, I need you. You'll be my just like a leaf calling the breeze, I call out your name. I would sail the seven seas if you would do to the same. Well, I'll be by
That's the sound of Fred Paris and the Scarlets there out of New Haven, Connecticut. They were. Of course, they became, or Fred Paris, maybe there were a couple group member changes, became the Five Satins. We'll hear from them a little later on in the show. The Scarlets there, November 1954 on the Red Robin record label, Love Doll. Played the flip last week, Darling, I'm Yours. That one there, their second of four. Let's stay in 1954, and last week I played Heaven is the Place. That was a request for listener George Tompkins, and the group was Bill Robinson and the Quails, and they were out of Miami, Florida, and they recorded for the Deluxe record label. Let's flip that 45 over before I file it back down in the no humidity basement. I just checked. My humidity down there is 36% tonight. So that's pretty good, I have to say. I don't have to worry about any condensation or mold down there with 36%, but so I don't think that dehumidifier will be working that much for the remainder of the year. But anyways, from August 1954, Bill Robinson and the Quails on Deluxe. It's called Why Did You Wait?
Oh, why do I wait?
Oh, why do I
wait? Wait for you to come home.
For you to come
Why do I wait now?
Why do I
Wait for you to come home.
For you to come home.
Yes, you know that I love you. Daddy wants you back home.
I want you back
Yes,
home.
yes, girl, I love you.
Oh, yes, I
Child, tell the world that I do.
tell the world that I do.
Yes, I love you.
Oh, yes, I
Child, tell the world that I do.
tell the world that I do.
Yes, I'm so lonesome.
Well, I'm so
I'm for you.
and do for
Hey,
you.
hey, on the 25th day was our anniversary. I planned a party for you and me. We had champagne, all those kind of things. Even bought you a diamond ring. Your red flowers from a florist store and a washing machine behind the door. You did not come. Hey, no, why must I wait?
Oh, why shall I
Wait for you to return.
for you to return?
Why do I wait, child? Wait for you to return.
For you to return.
Yes, you know that I love you.
You know I
Daddy wants you back home. Why should I wait?
Oh, why shall I
Wait for you to come home.
for you to come
Why do I wait, child? Wait for you to come home.
for you to come home?
Yes, you know that I love you.
You know I
Daddy wants you back home.
want you back
Yes,
home.
yes, girl, I love you.
Oh, yes, I
Child, tell the world that I do.
tell the world that I do.
Yes, I love you.
Oh, yes, I
Child, tell the world that I do.
I do.
Yes, I'm so lonesome.
Well, I'm so
Well, I'm for you.
and do for you.
That's Bill Robinson and the Quails there, August 1954 release, Sid Nathan's Deluxe record label. Why Do You Wait is the name of that one. That's their fifth on Deluxe. I'm missing one record. One of their 45s I'm still missing on Deluxe records. Usually, when Spence knew what records I was missing, so he knew when he saw them in other guys' boxes on what I needed, so he would constantly call me up and say, Johnny, you need this record, you need the Deluxe 6034, because I can get it for you, it's X. And he would get it, but I miss Spence Wooten, and he's been gone, I think, almost 3 years now, and really haven't been buying like I was when he was around. But miss Spence, I do. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, we go back to Harlem, New York, this time again with a request for Daniel Kubacki. He selected the Empires. Now, after they left the New York Harlem label. They signed with Mercury Records, and they had 3 releases on the Wing subsidiary. Wing Records, a subsidiary of Mercury, and Daniel requested their second. The tune was written by the baritone for the group. His name is Bobby Dunn, but it features John Barnes on lead. We go back to December of 1955 now. These are the Empires going out to Daniel. It's on the Wing label. It's called By the Riverside.
By the riverside, you came to me, and you fill my heart with ecstasy. By the riverside, your fond caress changed my life and brought a world of happiness. I never know what life could be without you around. When you went away, all my world came tumbling down to the ground. By the riverside, I'll wait again for you to come and share your loving heart again. By the riverside, with me. And you fill my heart with ecstasy. Changed my life and brought a world of happiness. I never known what life could be without you around. When you went away, all my world came tumbling down to the ground. By the riverside, I'll wait again for you to come and share your loving heart again. By the riverside, with me. Yeah, by the riverside, with me. Please come back to me.
December 1955 release by the Empires. Empires on Wing Records, subsidiary of Mercury Records, their second of 3. By the Riverside, the great lead of John Barnes on there. Mercury is pretty cool because I think for a number of years they would put the release date right on the label. There are some of the labels that did do that. Dot Records was another one, and their subsidiaries, they would release the month and the year of the release date. And other record companies in the matrix number would give the date of the recording at least. And there's other places like on the internet you can find out, like on with RCAs with their numbering series, and at least when the records were recorded, not always when they were released, but at least when they were recorded. Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue. Here we are in the year 1955. Here's a request for Rick in Philly, and Rick is in as Midnight. What is Rick in there as? Midnight Doo-Wop. Is that what you're in there, Rick? I think that's what you're in there as. But Rick in Philly requested this one as we head out to California to Art Roop's specialty label for this group known as the Dukes. Now, initially, this group backed up Lloyd Price on a release, both sides of that release, called Ooey Baby, and the flip side was called Chiku Baby, but they followed that up with their own release, and this is by request for Rick. It features Philip Murph on lead. We go back to January 1955. These are the Dukes on specialty. It's called Ooh Bop She Bop.
around my door. Just no good woman just hang around my door. Oh, well, found new lover, I don't need you anymore. Well, mama, mama, what are you doing to me? Oh, mama, mama, what are you doing to me? Oh, well, mama, mama, why don't you let me be? Well, rock me, baby, rock, rock, rock. Oh, rock me, baby, rock, rock, rock. Oh, rock me, baby, rock, rock, rock. Oh, rock me, baby, rock, rock, rock. Well, rock me, baby, rock, rock, rock. Rock me, baby, all night long. Hey. Rock, rock, rock. Oh, rock me, baby. Rock, rock, rock. Oh, rock me, baby. Rock, rock, rock. Oh, rock me, baby. Rock, rock, rock. All night long. All night long. Just no good woman just hang around my door. Just no good woman just hang around my door. Oh, well, found new lover, I don't need you anymore.
That's going out to Rick in Philly there. Those are the Dukes. The Dukes with Philip Murph on lead there, January 1955 on the specialty record label. Ooh Bop She Bop is the name of that one. They actually recorded that one in September of 1954. We're talking about, well, specialty is kind of difficult with their matrix numbers, but they recorded that in September 54, but released it in January of 1955. And we're talking about, I see that Ryan Heisey, he says that he's 30 years old liking this music. That is very cool. I have younger listeners than that, Ryan. I have Evan Blatt, who is in the chat room. He just turned, Evan, you just turned 17. Braden McCallow, he's another listener. He collects 78, so he can't wait for my 78 show. I have a bunch of other young listeners that have tuned in during the years. Nicky V is also, well, he's been listening for a while now, but he was a youngster way back when he was tuning in originally when I began this back in 2005, believe it or not. But it's always great for people to discover the music, because who wants to listen to the music of today just isn't good. And I'm not saying just the 50s music, there's also other genres of music, because I do a 60s show on Monday night, and I like that style also. I'm kind of, I wouldn't call it eclectic. Well, I am an eclectic taste, but this is my bread and butter that I feature here on a Saturday night. That is my forte. But I do like 60s soul music too. I really do. But let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1955, and this is a request for my number one California listener, Matey Campboy, and it's a duo. It's on Bobby Robinson's Red Robin record label. Now, this duo, they were Charles Sampson, who was previously, he sang lead for the Velvets, and Carl Hogan, he was second tenor for Richard Barrett and the Valentines, and they recorded as Charles and Carl. So this is by request from Matey Campboy, July 1955, Charles and Carl on Red Robin. It's called One More Chance.
Why did you leave me? Where did you go? Come back, baby. Give me one more chance. One more chance. You said you loved me.
wonder why you left me to cry. Come back, baby, come back to me. Won't you hear me, hear my plea? Come back, baby, give me one more chance. 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 Give me one.
As by request for Matey Camp Boy, that's Charles and Carl. Charles and Carl on Bobby Robinson's Red Robin record label. That's Charles Sampson and Carl Hogan, July 1955 release. A song entitled One More Chance. Give Johnny G one more chance on a Saturday evening listening to original Vinyl 45s. Tell your friends all about it to subscribe to the Vinyl Treasure Show. You get notifications if you hit the little bell. There's a little bell. You got to subscribe and hit the bell to get notifications. And thank you all for tuning in. If you have requests, you can send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. I also get them on Facebook Messenger. I also get them on the YouTube website. So let's continue here. We are going to move now into 1956. We go back to Detroit, Michigan for this group. They started out in 1952 recording as the Serenaders. The Serenaders have some great releases on JVB, Coral, Red Robin, and Swing Time, also on Deluxe. And in 1955, they changed their name to become the Royal Jokers, and they had three releases on the Atco record label. This is their third here, and co-written by the lead singer. His name is Willie Jones. Willie Jones on lead here. Let's give a listen to the Royal Jokers, September 1956. Atco Records. If you like up tempos, you will like this tune. It's called She's Mine, All Mine.
Boom boom biddy boom bop, whoa 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 whoa, boom boom biddy boom bop, whoa 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 whoa, boom boom biddy boom bop, whoa 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 whoa, wow wow wow.
Well, me and my girl, we're going to the show. Me and my girl, don't care if it rain or snow. Me and my girl, we're gonna have a good time. Well, the candy stand, and after that, big a popcorn man, and we can dance like no one can, because she's mine, all mine. Now when I take her in my car, well, I will take the curves, and when I hold her in my arms, and when we kiss, there goes my nerves. When we're alone, we start up with a hug, then later on we play the kissing bug. Me and my girl, we're gonna have a good time. So fine, because she's mine, all mine. Oh, I'm gonna buy her a wedding ring, and then I'll hear all the angels sing. They will say that she is mine, all mine.
That's the sound of Willie Jones and the Royal Jokers there. That one there on the Maroon Atco record label, September 1956. What a cool tune that is. She's Mine, All Mine is the name of that one. And that song was covered by a female group, actually, a female version of that, 1962. If you like early 1960s stuff, Bobby Smith and the Dream Girls on the Big Top label, they do a nice female rendition of that tune called Mine, All Mine. I remember Ronnie I one time did a battle of the groups with that one and the Bobby Smith. The Royal Jokers won out, I think, on that one. Anyway, Johnny G here, as we're all talking about our ages. Well, like I said, I turned 63 back in September, and I am looking at retirement, and it's coming up as I can't afford to do an early retirement. I don't know if I can afford to buy a lot of $3,000 records after retirement, but we could see if I sell some of my doubles and triples, that would be the goal for me. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1956. Let's go back out to Los Angeles, California, to Jake Porter's combo record label for this next group's lone release. It's a rare 45 if you have it on the small print. It was available, easily available at one time with the large print, but not the small print here. The song written by the tenor of the group, his name is Don Ballard, and it features Joe Green on lead here. Let's send this one out to Nick Nicola, rare 45 on the combo label, The New Tones. The New Tones from October 1956. It's called At Midnight.
At midnight, I'm going to be with my love, going to tell her about the moon and the stars above. At midnight, I'm going to hold her tight, squeeze her with all my might, then our love will be true. Your eyes are like the moon on glistening, your voice is like a north wind song, and when you kiss me, darling, you make the stars go by. At midnight, I'm going to hold her tight, squeeze her with all my might, then our love will be true. At midnight, I'm going to hold her tight, squeeze her with all my might, then our love will be
We send that out to listener Nick Nicola there, rare 45 by the New Tones on Jake Porter's combo record label, October 1956 release, At Midnight. And you can get that one with the large print that should be available. You can Louis Silvani at Times Square Records. I'm sure he's got some copies. But the small print is very difficult to... I forget where I got that. I think it was an early eBay purchase for a couple $100, I think, at the early start of eBay. I've been on since I think 1999, and I know somebody has me beat out, but used to get some really good buys in the early stages of eBay, but I don't scour eBay anymore. I don't like to pay the sales tax. They lost me as a customer. There are people, there are 2 dealers I deal with, and we worked out a great deal, so I have no problem bidding on their 45s, and they know why. But very rare for me to buy a couple. I may buy a couple records, small records, but I won't do what I used to. Unfortunately, you see, they lost out. They lost out, and that's the way it goes. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in the year 1956. Now, on the October 9th, 2021 show, I played a request for Matey Campboy. She requested the great Phytones, a group out of Brooklyn, New York, and she requested their third of 5 on Thomas Robinson's Atlas record label. It was called I Called to You. So let's give a listen to the flip side before we file this one back down in the no humidity basement. This side features Gene Red. He's on lead here, March 1956. Actually, it's called the Phytones Quintet. Yes, on this one. Sometimes they're just known as the Phytones, other times the Phytones Quintet. This is on Atlas Records. It's called Love You Baby.
Don't you know, love you, baby? Don't you know, love you, baby? Don't you know, love you, baby? Need you, baby, to make me strong. Don't you know, I love you, baby? Don't you know, I need you, baby? Don't you know, I love you, baby? I need you, baby, to make me strong. Well, you're my baby, S-O-G. You're my baby, sweet as you can be. You're my baby, oh so fine. You're my baby and you're only mine. Well, you know, I love you, baby. Well, you know, I need you, baby. Well, you know, I love you, baby. I need you, baby, to make me strong. Ba-da-dee-doo, 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 wop. S-O-G.
You're my baby, well as sweet as you can be.
You're my baby, you're so fine.
Well, you're my baby and you're only mine. Well, don't you know?
Don't you know, love you, baby? Don't you know? Don't you know, love you, baby? Don't you know? Don't you know, love you, baby? Need you, baby, to make me strong. Ba-da-dee-doo, 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 wop, wop, wop.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Those are the Phytones Quintet. Gene Red on lead for that one, their third of 5 on the Atlas label, March 1956. Love You Baby is the name of the tune. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. On the September 25th, 2021 show, I featured Lee Andrews and the Hearts on Ivan Ballin's Gotham record label. I played the side Lonely Room. That was their second release on the Gotham label. I've been wanting to play the flip side of this tune for a while, a song called Leona, which features Butch Curry on lead. He also wrote the tune. He did lead on a few flip sides of the Lee Andrews and the Hearts singles. And normally, it said Lee Andrews and the Hearts, and he was the lead singer for sure. But if you flip over the White Cliffs of Dover, Much Too Much, I think Butch Curry does that. And also the flip side of Just Suppose, It's called It's Me, and also the flip side of Teardrops on Chess is The Girl Around the Corner. So, or Argo. Or both Argo and Chess, I guess. Anyway, but let's give a listen to this one. It says Lee Andrews and the Hearts, but it's not Lee Andrews on lead. It's Butch Curry on lead. This one from July 56 on Gotham. It's called Leona.
Like a star twinkling from the sky, or a nightingale's beautiful cry. You're such a wonderful sight, wonderful sight, Leona. When the moonbeams come over the hill, as I patiently wait for you still, just to fill my dreams tonight. Oh, when we meet, it always grieves me to think we'll have to part when you leave. I keep a place for you, dear, here in my lonely heart. You're willing, and my heart tells me you love me too. Oh, how I wish that I really knew. You know I care for you. Oh, and when we meet, it grieves me to think soon have to part, but when you leave, I keep a place for you, dear, here in my lonely heart. You're willing, and my heart tells me you love me too. Oh, how I wish that I really knew. You know I care for you.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's Lee Andrews and the Hearts, not with Lee Andrews on lead. Butch Curry on lead for that one, July 1956 on the Gotham record label, Leona. That is the flip side of Lonely Room. That's the oddball press, too. That is number 319. That also comes on Gotham 320. So check your presses on that one. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We move into 1957 with this great group. I love this group out of Brooklyn, New York, and it's the B-side to their second of 6 on Jerry Winston's Onyx record label. They are the Velours. My Aunt Mary, she loved the Velours, especially, their most common record, on Onyx, which was Can I Come Over Tonight, played on she heard on the radio, and she bought the record when it came out. But these are the Velours, and this features on this side Donald Haywood. He's on lead on this side. It's with Sammy Lowe and the orchestra from March of 1957. This is on the Onyx record label. This is the flip side of Romeo. Both sides are excellent, but I decided to play this side tonight. March 57, the Velours with Donald Haywood on lead on Onyx Records. It's called What You Do to Me.
Wow. wow, 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 wow. Wee, 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 whoa. Wee, wee, wee,
Oh, baby, can you say, come and set my heart free? Baby, what you do to me? Yes, yes, please promise, darling, to be true and keep my heart from being blue. Baby, what you do to me? Just drives me crazy, sets my soul aflame, makes everything hazy, and I hope you know, baby, that you're to blame. Oh, now you know how I love you so. Come back and never ever go, because you mean so much to me. My soul aflame, makes everything hazy, and I hope you know, baby, that you're to blame. Well, now you know how I love you so. Come back and never ever go, because you mean so much to me.
wow, 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 wow.
Those are the Velours on the Onyx record label. That's the flip side of Romeo. We're going to hear that next week. The Velours there, March 1957, What You Do to Me, on Jerry Winston's Onyx record label. Always thought Jerome Ramos was on this. He sounds so much like Jerome Ramos, but it was Donald Haywood. He was on lead. Jerome Ramos does the lead on the flip side, Romeo, which I think is the hardest of all the Velours on the Onyx record label. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Now, earlier we heard from Fred Paris and the Scarlets out of New Haven, Connecticut, on Bobby Robinson's Red Robin record label with the Love Doll. But the group later on became the Five Satins, and when Fred Paris was either drafted, I think he was drafted into the service, if I'm not mistaken, Bill Baker took over the lead for Fred Paris. He became the lead singer of the group in Fred's absence, and on the October 9th show, I played the group's sixth release on the Ember label. It was called 1,000,000 and I think Amnon requested that tune. But the flip side here is a request for listener Joe Shacatano. He requested the flip, and it features Bill Baker on lead. We go back to November of 1957 for the great Five Satins on Al Silver's Ember Records, and their tune called Love with No One in Return. This is for Joe.
Despite the fact it's a wonderful world with many treasures concerned, the very worst thing that could ever be is love, no love in return. Your pocket may be empty, your future may be dark, but if there's someone who loves you, you don't know how lucky you are. I've traveled around to the faraway land, and here's one thing I've learned: there's nothing as bad as a fellow who's had love
return. I'm faithful, my dear, that you'll always be near. For you are all that I yearn. And wherever I go, I will never ever know love with no love in return.
That's going out to Joe Shacatano there, the great Five Satins, Bill Baker, and the Five Satins November 1957 release on the Ember label. That's their sixth release on Ember Records, Love with No Love in Return. That is not a good thing, but it's a good song, that is for sure. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Hope you're digging on the tunes. Tell your friends about it. We will be with the Oldies and More radio crowd beginning at midnight. Let's move on here. In 1957, now last week I featured the Metronomes, a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy, one of the very few group records on Archie Blier's Cadence record label. Played their first of two. It was called I Love My Girl. That's the side that Tom requested. It was listeners George Tompkins and Darrell Letts requested the flip side. Features a Sonny Wright on lead. This one from March of 1957. Give a listen to the Metronomes on Cadence. It's called I'm Gonna Get Me a Girl Somehow.
I'm gonna get me a girl somehow. I gotta find me a chick right now. I've gotta find me a friend who's strictly feminine. Gonna get me a girl somehow. I've gotta find me a girl that's true. She's gotta do what I tell her to do. If your girl's what I need, don't let me get a lead. Gonna get me a girl somehow. Oh, fellas, you better hide your girl. Sonny's on the spree. First we start to kiss and then she wanna miss it, and she'll be with me. I'll give her diamonds and furs. Anything she wants to be hers. We'll be married by a preacher in a house full of noise. Have a lot of babies and they'll all be boys. That's when I'll repeat my vow. I'm gonna get me a girl. Get me a girl. Get me a girl somehow. Yeah. Then she wanna miss it, and she'll be with me. I'll give her diamonds and furs. Anything she wants will be hers. We'll be married by a preacher in a house full of noise. Have a whole lot of children and they'll all be boys. That's when I repeat my vow. I'm gonna get me a girl. Get me a girl. Get me a girl somehow.
That's going out to George and Darrell there. Those are the Metronomes, the great Sonny Wright on lead. March 1957, the first of two on Cadence Records, believe it or not. Cadence Records with the Chordettes and, with the Chordettes and with the Everly Brothers and with a whole bunch of pop singers on the label. You get some gems like that one there, the Metronomes with I'm Gonna Get Me a Girl Somehow. I have me a girl, Barbara. We celebrated her birthday on November 3rd, and my mother made her a cake. She came over and we were out on the porch there. I gave her gifts. I sent her flowers. She liked the flowers, so I guess everything is good. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, show. And up next, a request for listener Warren Russell. He requested this singer from Tarpon Springs, Florida, if I said that right. Now, this artist first recorded for the Sun record label. Then in 1956, he signed with Vivian Carter's VJ record label. He had 4 releases on the VJ label, and Warren requested his third. It's a song he wrote. This charted, by the way. This was a number 30 record on WGES in Chicago, Illinois. This is going out to Warren, May 1957. Billy the Kid Emerson on VJ Records. It's called The Pleasure Is All Mine. This is for Warren.
You think I only want your money? You think I'm handing you a line? But I am ready, willing, and able to give you my loving all the time. You don't have to beg me for my loving, because the pleasure is all mine. I go for the little gifts you buy me. You are so sweet, loving, and kind. It's loving I want, please don't deny me. Good loving like yours is hard to find. You don't have to beg me for my loving, because the pleasure is all mine. Now baby, I'll go where you send me. Honey, I'll come when you call. I want your love and not your money. Money can't buy my love at all. You know what I like, that's why I love you. And if you never have a dime, you're still my sweet, fine, healthy baby. And I could love you all the time. You don't have to beg me for my loving, because the pleasure is all mine. You know what I like, that's why I love you. And if you never have a dime, you're still my sweet, fine, healthy baby. And I could love you all the time. You don't have to beg me for my loving, because the pleasure is all mine. Whoa.
As by request for Warren Russell there, that is Billy the Kid Emerson. And Brian Korn says that he is still alive and kicking at 95 years old. That is amazing. Billy the Kid Emerson there, May 1957. That is his third of 4 on Vivian Carter's VJ record label, The Pleasure Is All Mine. And The Pleasure Is All Mine being Johnny G every Saturday from 10 to 1 a.m. here on YouTube, and also starting at midnight on the Oldies and More stream. So thank you all for tuning in. Tell your friends about the show. If they're collectors of 50s and early 60s 45s, or if you're a collector of soul records, tune into my Monday night show. You can watch it on YouTube. I'm here on YouTube on Monday evenings, 8 to 11, and also on Saturdays from 10 to 1 a.m. You can also tune in to the whole show on Monday night on Oldies and More Radio, and I'll be on at midnight. Let's continue now. We are in 1957. This next group formed at McGuire Air Force Base in Trenton, New Jersey back in 1957. They had this lone release, which is actually a cover. This song was first done by the Q's on the Capitol record label. They did it first, but this is a cover. It was written by Luther Dixon. It's with Howard Biggs and his orchestra. This one from September 1957. Give a listen to the Glow Tones. The Glow Tones on East West Records. That is a division of Atlantic Records. We're going to talk about the Atlantic label after I play it. The Gold Tones with The Girl I Love.
Like girls, and I'm glad, oh so glad, she is my girl. No one can ever love her like I do. No one can ever kiss me and thrill me through and through. Yes, it's true. The girl I love, she's the prettiest girl I've ever seen. Waiting on the corner, waiting on the corner for me. The girl I love, she's the prettiest girl I've ever seen. Waiting on the corner, waiting on the corner for me. Girl I love, girl I love, girl I love, oh.
September 1957 release there for the Glow Tones. The Glow Tones on the East West record label. The Girl I Love is the name of the tune. Now, according to Louis Silvani, the first presses of this are on the Atlantic label, and they only came out as a promo. I don't think they came out as on a stock copy. And according to Louis Silvani, the promo presses are all in Atlantic, and the stocks are all on East West. If anybody has a DJ copy on East West, then send it to me or let me know about it, because Louis says they don't exist. So I don't know if that's the case. I know that I saw an Atlantic promo at one time, and I lost it. I bid on it. It was on eBay a number of years, because I don't have that Atlantic release. I would like to have, that's a missing number in my Atlantic label, and I collect that label. I do. I have a lot of presses, or a lot of Atlantic 45s in my collection, blues and instrumentals and you name it. But I am looking for that on the Atlantic label. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Now, last week I featured Otis Williams and his Charms. I had so many great releases on the Sid Nathan's Deluxe label. The side I featured last week was called Whirlwind, and that was for my deceased friend Paul Weesey. They liked that tune, and I think somebody else, Daryl, you requested that record too, I think. But they have so many great tunes on the Deluxe record label, and they do a lot of cover tunes, by the way. And this is a cover song requested by listener Tom Shaughnessy, and it's their 23rd release on Deluxe Records, and they actually covered Patsy Cline. They covered Patsy Cline song. This version charted number 11 on WJR up in Detroit, Michigan. So this is going out to Tom, February 57, Otis Williams and his Charms on Deluxe, and their rendition of the tune, Walkin' After Midnight.
I go out walking after midnight, out in the moonlight, just like we used to do. I'm always walking after midnight. a weeping willow crying on his pillow. Maybe he's crying for me. And as the sky sank gloomy, night winds whispered to me, I'm lonesome as I can be. I'm always walking along the highways, out in the starlight, just hoping you may be somewhere walking out in the moonlight, searching for me.
As going out to Tom Shaughnessy there, cover tune by Otis Williams and his Charms there, February 1957 on Sid Nathan's deluxe record label. Walkin' After Midnight is the same tune. Johnny G used to walk after midnight when I was much younger. Used to like to go out. Actually, I was probably sleepwalking is what I was doing as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And we go back to California, and this is a request for listener Nick Nicole. It's a rare 45, came out on the Chief label, and it's by Little Freddie with the Rockets. But if you think it's a group, it really isn't a group. It's actually a duo. This is a duo. They are Don Morris and Alfred Smith. And some of you may know who Alfred Smith is. Alfred Smith is a.k.a. Brenton Wood. Yes, the same Brenton Wood that had hits in the soul records in the 60s. One big hit in 1967 with Gimme Little Sign. The Oogum Boogum song's another one he had on the Double Shot label. But he is here singing in this duo, Don Morris and Alfred Smith, recording as Little Freddie with the Rockets. It's on the Chief record label. It's from October 1958. October 1958, by request for Nick Nicola. It's called All My Love.
There are so true. Why, oh why, do you treat me like you do, my dear? I've given all my love, for there are so fair. Why, oh why, won't you give me what is there for me? I've given all my love. I've given all of my love on a silver platter. I've given all of my heart, and I give you everything that's part of me. Why, oh why, do you treat me like you do, my dear? I've given all of my love, oh, all my love, yes, all my love, all my love.
Charlene, that's it. Well, it could be a duo. I'm trying to think if the flip side, because the flip side is like a novelty tune. Too Fat is the flip side. I got to listen to that again as Charlene copied that information there. But anyway, there's Little Freddie with the Rockets. The other side is a song called Too Fat. I don't know if we can play that. I don't know if that would be politically correct to play, but we'll see. If you guys want me to play the flip, I will. George, you never played that side? You didn't play this side of the record? Amazing. October 1958, that's by request for Nick Nicola, Little Freddie with the Rockets on the Chief record label, All My Love. That did sound like Brenton Wood on lead, by the way. To me, it did. And, you know, Brenton Wood was also a member of a group called the Carthays that recorded on Tag Records in 1961. And then, of course, he went solo there, I think, in 1964. I think he had a record on Juan Records, I think, might have been his first solo release. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. This next, we head up to Detroit, Michigan, to Devorah Brown's High Q record label. High Q Records was a subsidiary of the Fortune label, and I should have checked my Fortune book on that. I just didn't get a chance to do that. But this song also comes out on High Q as the Tempos, which I think is the more common way to get it. But it first came out as the Gardenias. And I don't know if it's the same Gardenias that recorded on the Federal record label, because there is a Gardenias on the Federal label. I just had I was going to play it. But this came out in August of 1958. Then in September of 58, it came out as the Tempo. So maybe this is the harder one. I don't know, but it's August 58, the Gardenias on High Q. It's called I'm Laughing at You.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. You started laughing when I told you I love you. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. You said your love was true, but I'm laughing at you. Oh, baby.
All right. I correct a couple things here. Anyway, we just heard the Gardenias there. The Gardenias from August 1958 on the High Q record label. I'm Laughing at You is the name of the two. Now, I went back and I looked at that flip side of that. So what Charlene did is either she copied the information in that I had on the flip side of Too Fat, because that is a duo. That sounded like Alfred Smith on lead on that Little Freddie. So that is not a duo, by the way. And I apologize for that error there. That is my fault. I really didn't double check that. Sometimes, with all the Charlene maintains my database, and it's thousands and thousands and thousands of entries. Remember, go back, I think we started keeping track of it in Excel starting in 2009. You know how many records I played since 2009? For hours and hours, a lot of records, and I have it all documented, and Charlene maintains that. And sometimes I don't get a chance to go and rewrite the information that Charlene sends to me because I'm rushing. Hopefully that's all going to change after April 1st because I have a lot more time to prepare for the show. And I double check a lot of things, and sometimes I don't get the chance to do that. And she's scrambling at the end to get me the information. She works really hard to do that for me, and I couldn't do it without Charlene's help. So she is a big part of this show, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't give you the information that I do if it was not for her. I'm so busy pulling out the records and finding it. It's not an easy task to do. It's so easy to drag MP3s to play, but it's not easy to pull out records to play, especially when you have 150,000 45s songs like I do. So it sometimes gets, confusing, and I don't get a chance to get the information exactly right. And a lot of people like to point it out to me after, spending all these hours, but that's okay. But just letting you know. So anyway, that was that was not the duo on that side. So I am correcting the record as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And let's go back to Brooklyn, New York. I didn't even get a chance to show you this record. So discombobulated. But this is a request for Rick and Philly. Now, the lead singer of this group was previously sang lead with a group called The Wheels on the Premium label. You may know their big hit, or their big New York hit. It was called My Heart's Desire. But after that label folded, and folded in a very horrible way, when the owner just dropped dead of a heart attack, I think in 1958 or so, late 1957, Joe Leibowitz, the owner of that label, dropped dead. The label just went bankrupt. They didn't know what to do. The label was lost. But he signed, his group signed on to Bobby Robinson's Fury record label, and they changed their name to the Federals. This was before Deluxe, I think, because this is early 58. Yeah, so this is a request for Rick and Philly. He's Midnight Doo-Wop in our YouTube chat room, and it features Rudy Anderson on lead, an unmistakable voice like Howard Guyton. Rudy Anderson is a similar voice, or unmistakable voice, I should say. So this is by request for Rick, Rudy Anderson with the Federals, February 58 release on the Fury label. It's called Dear Lorraine.
My dear Lorraine, you left me here in vain. Don't want to love me now. My dear, I love you true, the way I used to do. My dear Lorraine, dear Lorraine, my tears are falling down like pebbles on the ground. The way you used to smile, yesterday I felt so proud. The way it used to be, my dear Lorraine. Oh, you told me you were leaving. I didn't believe it was so true, but now you know, dear, I'm still in love with you. Oh, write me a line, tell me you are mine, try to remember me, and you will plainly see your love belongs to me, my dear Lorraine. Yes, Lorraine. Lorraine. Won't you just give me one more chance?
That's by request for Rick and Philly, the great Federals there. I tell you, Rudy Anderson on lead. That's a great tune there. February 1958 on Bobby Robinson's Fury Records. Dear Lorraine is the name of the tune. That's the second of two on Fury. Also, they do nice cover of Come Go With Me on Deluxe Records. Yeah, same thing. Rudy Anderson. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Daryl, I need you to check something for me. How long is Stay by Maurice Williams and the Zodiacs? I'm trying to do the time, if that if that song is shorter than this song, because this next song is not that long. And last week I played a request for Nick Nicola by the Caliphs on Zell Sanders' Scat record label out of the Bronx, New York, and I featured the side last week called Darling If I Had You. But the flip side is pretty cool too, and it's short. It's only a minute and 32 seconds. That's a pretty short dance if you want to dance for a minute 32. But anyway, I like both sides of this record. A 1958 release. These are the Caliphs on the Scat label, all 1 minute and 32 seconds of a song called Mother Dear.
Mother dear, I'm coming back home to you. It's because the one I love is not true. Now she got me where I don't know what to do. What to do. I can remember the first day we walked down the aisle. She looked at me and we began to smile. And all at once she cried it out loud. I love you, I love you, I love you. We promised to be true until the day we die. Then come to find out she told me a lie. Mother dear, please won't you tell me why? Tell me why. I'm coming home where I belong. I'm coming home where I belong. I'm coming home where I belong.
Yeah, those are the Caliphs from 1958 on Zell Sanders' Scat record label, Scat Records out of the Bronx, New York. A song entitled Mother Dear, a good tune to play on Mother's Day, I guess. And that is all of a minute and 32 seconds. So I don't know, somebody's got to check out how much. I think, Ryan, did you check that out? A minute 47? for stay, so this is actually shorter. That is amazing. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes. We count down the music chronologically here, and we are in the year 1958. Now, on last week's Vinyl Treasure show, I opened up with a group called the Noble Tones. They were out of Elizabeth, New Jersey. Their second release on Castino Queen and Mary Linkowich's C&M record label. It was called I Love You, was the up-tempo side. And Darrell Letts and George Tompkins asked if I could flip it over for the excellent ballad on the flip. And it features Darnell Lamb on lead, and this is a Kitty lead here. And actually, I got the next record following this is also Kitty leads. I think younger than this guy too, by the way. But anyway, this is going out to Darrell and George, 1958, the Noble Tones on C&M, and their tune is called I'm Really Too Young.
I'm really too young. For So teach me this
As by request for Daryl and George, Kitty leads there. His name is Darnell Lamb, 1958. The Noble Tones there on C&M Records. I'm Really Too Young. That is a rare, that is a Kitty lead for you. I don't know how many Kitty leads are out there now anymore, but let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. This next group, this is a pretty rare 45, and we're talking about Kitty leads here. I think this group is even younger than the Darnell Lamb that we just heard. And let me see, the group was at an August 59 Dr. Jive show along with the Cadillacs, Little Anthony Imperials, the Skyliners, Frankie Lyman, Eugene Church, and Larry Williams. So, because the date on this is difficult. Somebody has 1958, maybe. I think it's more like 1957, I would say, or maybe 57, 58, somewhere in there. So who cares, give or take a year? But they're really young sounding, and they're probably preteen. I guess we can call it preteen. And it's on the My Brothers label, and I think Jimmy Castor was a member of this group. He actually gets writer credit on this. Jimmy Castor, I think it's Jimmy Castor Jr. Yeah, it's Jay Castor. So I have to say he co-wrote this song, but they're called the Clintonian Cubs. This is from 1958. This is the intended A-side. It's called She's Just My Size.
Just 3-3.
They're called the Clintonian Cubs is the name of the group. It's on the My Brothers record label. She's Just My Size is the name of the tune. I'm guessing early 1958 for that one, but I like the flip side better. Confusion, I think, is the flip side. Nick mentioned it in the YouTube chat room there. I like that side better. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We head back to Detroit, Michigan with a request for listener George Tompkins. This is on a label called Fulton Records, And this group initially recorded as the 5Js on the Fulton label, then continuing to record for the same label, they changed their name to the 5 Johnson Brothers. Well, and it's also on the Fulton, I mentioned that also on the Fulton label. So this is by request for George Tompkins, December 58 release, the 5 Johnson Brothers on Fulton Records out of Detroit. It's called Sleep with a Dream.
The dream of tomorrow, a dream that I may dream too. Love with the thought of today's sweetheart, and love is as real, love is as real, real as it seems. Love me, my darling, love me, kiss me, my sweetheart, kiss me, tell me that I am the only one, and I'll be true, I'll be true, true to you. I have always, always loved you with all of my heart. Don't ever leave me. Tell me that we will never part. I sleep with the dream of tomorrow, a dream that I may dream too. Love with the thought of today's sweetheart, and love is as real, love is as real, real as it seems.
That's a nice tune there by request for George Tompkins, the 5 Johnson Brothers. December 1958 release on the Fulton label, Sleep with a Dream is the name of the tune. We are in 1958 as we go out to Brooklyn, New York for this next group. You know their biggest hit from 1958. First came out on the AMP3 label, was picked up by Mercury Records. One Summer Night was the name of the tune, but they had 3 more on the Mercury record. Well, they had 3 on Mercury in total, including that one, was released on Mercury. This was their 3rd, and it's a cover song. This was first done by the Elgins on the MGM label, which is also a very good version. I don't know which one I prefer. I like them both equally, I have to say. But this one is on the Mercury label. Jimmy Weston, he's on lead. We go back to December 1958, the great Dan Lears on the Mercury label with their rendition of the tune, A Picture of You.
Boom, 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 boom.
I'm holding in my hand a picture of you, but I just can't understand why you said we are through. But as I gaze at your face, my heart beats tenderly. I want you to love me as I love you. Then I will try to understand said we are through, but as I get at your face, my heart beats tenderly. Well, you told me how you love me, and our love will always be. Then you went and left me. You left me for somebody new. Oh, you know I want you to love me as I love you. Then I will try to understand why you said we are through, but as I get at your face, my heart beats tenderly.
Well, baby, my
Heart beats so tenderly.
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Those are the Dan Lears doing the Elgins song, A Picture of You, December 1958, release on the Mercury record label. That's a cool tune. Of course, the Dan Lears have so many other great tunes on Epic and Everest and Smash, etc. But that one there, a cool tune. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Now, last week I featured the Superiors, a group out of Philadelphia, played their mainline release called Don't Say Goodbye, and it was listener Daryl Letts, I think, and Nick Nicola asked for the flip side. I was going to play it anyway because the flip side is excellent, and it features Eddie Custis Onley. This one from February 58, the Superiors on mainline with a classic. It's called Lost Love.
The sun won't shine like it used to before until you say, darling, that you're mine once more. All of my memories, darling, all of my cares, they are too hard for me to bear. The moon won't glow like it glowed that night when I held you, darling, oh so tight. We two together, you said it would be, then you laughed, you turned and walked out on me. You took advantage of my faithfulness. You knew all I wanted was your happiness. Knowing you tear our dream world apart, you found a new love and broke my heart. The moon won't glow like it glowed that night when I held you, darling, oh so tight. We two together, you said it would be, then you laughed, you turned and walked out on me. Lost love.
Isn't there the long ending on this one? One of them has which has the long, I think there's a long ending on this if I'm getting confused there, because by the way, the true original press on this is on the Atco record label. Came out in, I think, December of 1957. Atco put it out. Then Mainline Records, they distributed it locally in Philadelphia, starting in February 58 for the Philly market. That label owned by Jocko Henderson and Barry Golder. I featured it on the Mainline label. That is the one that goes for more money, I guess. It's more in demand. They think it's the first press, but it really is. In February 58, the Superiors with an excellent tune, Lost Love. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We go out to Memphis, Tennessee with another rare 45, although their second one on this label, Stomper Time, is even rarer and one that I am looking for. I don't have the second release on Stomper Time, unfortunately, but many collectors think that Willie Mitchell is on lead here, but he is not. He is really the band leader for the group. The lead singer on this is Donald Bryant. Donald Bryant Donald Bryant is the lead singer, and he was the lead singer of a group called the Four Kings. And he would go on to have a solo career on High Records, but here he is with the Four Kings, September 59. Although, if you were going to file this record so you can find it, you'd probably put it under Willie Mitchell. But I don't know, sometimes it's like Dave would always tell me, my friend Dave the Rave Kapolsky would say to me, Johnny G, just put it where you think you'll find it the quickest, or you'll know where it is. So I have this under Willie Mitchell, but it's really the Four Kings with Donald Bryant on lead, Stomper Time Records. It's called Walking at Your Will.
When you are talking, my heart stands still. When you are walking at your will. But the dear from her eyes, darling, it made me realize when you are walking at your will. Walking at your will.
Darling, I remember, yes, sweetheart, the day we met in the park. When you told me, yes, sweetheart, that there was something that you had for me deep down within your heart.
But the tears from her eyes, darling, it made me realize when you are walking at your will. Walking at your will.
That's the Four Kings there. That really is Donald Bryant on lead there with the Four Kings, September 1957 on the Stomper Time record label. Walking at Your Will is the name of the tune. If I was offered the other one, I definitely would have purchased it, but Jerry Diaz sold me this 45, but I never got a chance to find the other release. I think there might have been one on eBay a long time ago, but wasn't in great shape. I don't like to to spend a lot of money on records that don't sound well. That is definitely not good. If they're cheap for a couple dollars, you can't go wrong, but still, you want something that you could enjoy to hear. That's what I say. Hope you're enjoying the tunes you're hearing tonight, as I say, but let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And up next, a request for Daniel Kubacki. As this singer, he was born in Caldwell, Louisiana, but he relocated out to Los Angeles, California. I think he was a band leader and a singer, and he had a number of releases on the Modern record label with his group called the Honey Jumpers. Some pretty cool R&B tunes, up-tempo tunes, even some Christmas songs I think I have featured during the holidays. But he had 8 releases on Leon Renee's Class record label out of California. Now Daniel requested his 7th, and it's a song he wrote. So this is by request for Daniel, January 59. Give a listen to Oscar McLally on Class Records. It's called My Heart Speaks. It's for Daniel.
My heart speaks to you. It tells you what you should do on this lonely day. You should come my way and love me as I love you. My heart says, come to me. Oh, come to me and share this one great love I give to thee. Come to me. Please, darling, come to me. Hear my heart. Come to me. Come to me. Come to me. Come to me. The way you smile, the way you close your eyes, such loveliness, my heart stands still. The way you walk, the way you talk, how could such charms be so real? My heart says, take my hand and say you understand.
January 1959 release there for Oscar McLally. Oscar McLally and Chorus there on Leon Renee's Class record label out of California, My Heart Speaks. That's his seventh release on the Class record label. We got to welcome the Oldies and More radio network to the Vinyl Treasure Show. Thank you, those of you tuning into the broadcast. Thank you for spinning original vinyl 45s. We started off at 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll go till 1 o'clock. But, of course, we do overtime, and we're saving, I guess, daylight's Do we call it? No, it's not. You turn the clocks back. We turn the clocks back so we gain an hour's sleep tonight. That is good. So we can go a little bit more overtime tonight. We will try to do that. I know Joe Shakatan will be happy about that. Let's continue here. We are in the year 1959. Now, last week I featured this rare 45 on the Muncie label out of Muncie, Indiana, by a group called the Continentals. The song was called Don't Leave Me, and I think it was Darrell Letts that asked Johnny G to flip the 45 over. Now, the flip side, they are covering a Penguins tune. The Penguins first did this song. I think it was the follow-up. Was it the follow-up to Earth Angel? No, it was the flip side of Earth Angel. As Johnny G is losing his mind. Anyway, May 1959, these are the Continentals and the Counts of Rhythm. They're supplying the instrumentations on the Muncie label, and their rendition of the tune, Hey Senorita. This is going out to Darrell.
Hey, senorita,
let me
please
take you
let me
home.
take you home.
Hey, senorita, let me take you
Whoa,
home.
little
Hey, senorita, let me take you
let me
home.
take you home.
Hey, senorita, let me take you
Well,
home.
if you do that, oh baby, I promise we will be alone.
Hey, senorita, let me take you
Hey,
home.
senorita,
Hey, senorita, call me
please
on the
call me
line.
on the line.
Hey, senorita, call me on the
Whoa,
line.
little
Hey, senorita,
girl,
call me on the line. Hey, senorita, call me on the line.
If you do that, oh baby, everything is
Hey,
fine.
senorita, call me
Well,
on the line. Oh, sweet mama, oh, sweet mama, sweet mama, sweet mama, sweet mama, sweet mama, sweet mama. Hey, senorita, now that you are mine. Hey, senorita, now that you are mine. Hey, senorita, now that you are mine. Hey, senorita, now that you are mine.
if you love me, baby, everything is fine.
Hey, senorita, now that you are mine.
That's going out to Darrell Letts there. Cover tune there by a group called, as I lost my place, the Continentals, May 1959, release on the Muncie label out of Muncie, Indiana. Their rendition of the Penguins tune, Hey Senorita. Let's stay in 1959 here for this next group. It's a request for listener Emnon. Supposedly they're from Hell's Kitchen area of Manhattan, New York. Now, where would that be? I don't know. I don't know where Hell's Kitchen is in Manhattan. I know George probably knows where that is. I don't travel to Manhattan. Not lately. Not lately I have. But anyway, this group is from that area, and it's their only release that came out on the Record label. I think that's how you say it. Record Records out of New York City. It's the same label that Nino and the Eptides recorded on. I think I have another one by Danny Winchell and a group, and a couple other records on the Rockin' Chairs. Yeah, Kiss is a Kiss was on the Record label, but this group is called The Gems. It's from 1959, and it's called Waiting. This is for Emnon.
Waiting,
You went away, my darling, the other day. I hope you come back, and I pray that you stay. I'm waiting for your return, my darling. I'm not to blame. We loved each other so. I thought we never part. But now that you've gone,
that you care. Please, won't you call? There still must be some other doobie when my darling, the other day. I hope you come back, and I pray that you stay. I'm waiting for your return.
As by request for Amnon there, a group called The Gems. The Gems on the Record record label, 1959 release, Waiting is the name of the tune. He also requested the flip side, so we're going to hear the flip side next week for Amnon. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Up next, a request for listener Evan Blatt, as this singer here, the lead singer for this group, was previously a member of the Vocaliers that recorded on Red Robin. Then he left to lead the Solitaires, or become one of the Solitaire leads, at least the early lead, and his name used to be Herman Curtis, because he was married to Marie Curtis, who was a fellow Solitaires member, Buzzy Willis's sister, but his real name is Herman Dunham. I think I have that right. George, you'd have to correct me if I'm wrong, because if anybody knows about the Solitaires, it's George Tompkins. But he wrote this song, and it's a request for Evan. It's on High Weiss's Paradise record label. It's from July 1959, Herman Dunham and the Blenders on Paradise Records, and Evan requested this side. It's called But I Know.
Baby, won't you tell me your name? Will I ever love you in vain? Every night when I hold you tight, seems like everything is gonna be alright. You know that I love you. Come on, baby, we can see it through. But no, yes, no, yes, no, that my heart, baby, will be the one for you. You know, girl, that I love you so. Telling you, baby, yes, I want you to know. You know, honey, yes, it's true. There is nothing that I wouldn't do for you. You know that I love you. Come on, baby, we can see it through. But no, yes, no, yes, no, that my heart, baby, will be the one for you. Every night when I call your name, seems like everything will be the same. You know, girl, yes, I love you so. Telling you, baby, want you to know. You know that I love you. There is nothing, honey, I wouldn't do. 'Cause no, yes, no, yes, no, that my heart, baby, will be the one for you. Yes, no.
July 1959 release there for Herman Dunham and the Blenders. That's by request for Evan Blatt, But I Know. That one there on High Weiss's Paradise record label. Let's continue here. And we stay in 1959 with a request for Rick in Philly as we go to Don Roby's Peacock Records out of Houston, Texas, but this group is out of Detroit, Michigan, and it's the group's debut single on Peacock Records. It features Norman McLean on lead. This one from March 1959. This is going out to Rick. These are the downbeats on Peacock. It's called Someday She'll Come Along. By request for Rick and Philly there, those are the downbeats. The downbeats. So Charlene, what's the right title on this? Is that the flip side here? So it's just the wrong title. It should be Someday She'll Come Along. I don't know if that's the right lead singer, though, as she has Norman McLean on lead here, March 1959 on the Peacock record label. Either way, it's a great record. Thank you, Rick, for requesting that tune. Let's continue now as we are in 1959. This is a request for Joe Shacatano, this group out of Newport News, Virginia, and it's their second of three on the Warner Brothers record label. And this is also this is a cover song. This was first done by the Ink Spots, I think, did this record back in 1939 on Decca. But let's give a listen to this rendition that Joe Shacatano requested by the Chateaus. It features Edwin Hall on lead, February 59. These are the Chateaus on Warner Brothers Records with their rendition of the tune If I Didn't Care. It's going out to Joe.
If I didn't care more than words can say, well, if I didn't care, would I feel this way? If this isn't love, then why do I thrill? I
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's a nice one for Joe Shacatano, the Chateaus. Edwin Hall and the Chateaus, February 59 release, If I Didn't Care. That one there on the Warner Brothers record label. Johnny G Does Care every Saturday from 10 to 1 a.m. right here on YouTube and Oldies and More Radio. We continue here in 1959 as we head back out to California. This is a request for Nick Nicola. This group formed while attending Fremont High School in Los Angeles, California. They sang under different names. Swallows, a.k.a. the Guides on Guidin', the Uptones on Lute, and this one, they're known as the Senders. This is their second of two on the Kent record label from March 1959, featuring the great Carlton Beck on lead. This is going out to Nick. The Senders on Kent. It's called One More Kiss.
One more kiss, that is all I crave. If you just kiss me, dear, I will always be your slave. Is all I know. I am at your command. If you just kiss me, dear, I will love you always. Times I tried and tried in vain, but I don't understand why I can't break the chain and do you know I am at your command. If you just kiss me, dear, and I'll love you. I love you.
That's going out to Nick Nicola. They're the great Senders, Carlton Beck. And the Senders, March 1959 on the Kent record label, the second of two on Kent. Song entitled One More Kiss. George Mottola, discovery, have to say. George Mottola, I call him the West Coast George Golner. And you always know George Mottola involvement when you see House of Fortune Publishing. That is Mottola's publishing, like Real Gone Music, that is George Golner's. So these label owners and record moguls, they had their mark in this industry for sure. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. As I lost my paper here. Yeah, here it is. It's out of order. Anyway, now last week I played a request for Tom Shaughnessy by a group called The Marks, M-A-R-X. Is how you spelt it. They were out of Philadelphia on the Dahlia record label, and the song was called You Are My Love. But let's give a spin to the flip side before I file it back down in the No Humidity basement. This one from 1959. I'm featuring at the First Press. Dahlia Records also came out on Shantae Records, I think a little later on. But this is The Marks with 1 Minute More.
Oh, baby, it's not too late. Why must I go? Won't you let me stay? Because you're all alone. make me so at home. Don't have time to think of anything else but one minute more, more, 1 minute more, more, 1 minute more. We are so happy together. Don't worry about the time. Each kiss measures a moment. Why must the hours fly? Whoa, good night, my love. Until tomorrow night, I'll see you once again. And we'll have time for everything else but
Out of Philadelphia there, they're called the Marks. The Marks from 1959 on the Dahlia label. 1 Minute More is the name of the tune. Johnny G will be here a few more minutes more, we'll say that, with the turning back of the clocks tonight. Let's continue now. We move into 1960, and we stay in Philadelphia with a request for Tom Shaughnessy. Now, this group is called the Mohawks, and it's their only release on Felix Valder's Value record label, and they do a nice cover of this 1941 Rodgers and Hart tune, and it features Richard Tabron on lead. We go back to July of 1960. This is going out to Tom Shaughnessy, the Mohawks on Value, with their rendition of the song Bewitched, Bothered, and Bewildered.
I'm wild again, beguiled again, a whimpering sound, purring child again.
bewitched, bothered, and bewildered.
Till love came and told me, said I shouldn't sleep.
Bewitched, bothered, and bewildered.
Am I lost my heart? But what of it? She is cold. I agree. She can laugh, but I love her. Although the sing to her, and until that day, I shall cling to her.
Bewitched, bothered, and bewildered.
That's going out to Tom Shaughnessy there, watching Johnny G on his big screen TV, his big ITV. I think that's what they call them. That is the Mohawks there, July 1960 on the Value label, Bewitched, parentheses, Bothered and Bewildered. Hopefully you're not bewitched, bothered, and bewildered on a Saturday evening, and hope you're digging on these cool tunes. We count down the music chronologically here on the 50s and early 60s edition. If you want to send me your requests, you can forward them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. If I have the 45, I'll feature them. I'm looking for records too, as I look for your requests if I don't have them, but sometimes they're very hard to find, and I get really great requests from you, the listeners. Thank you all for being a part of the show, and those of you tuning in from the vinyl community. Tell your vinyl community friends about the show. If they're a collector, I don't know why you don't want to see these records. I wish I was able to see all those shows back in the day when I was, a young collector, not knowing anything about this music. I knew all the disco stuff, and all the stuff that was coming out, I was buying it. But all this other stuff, I had no clue. Only what my aunt knew and what she remembered. But let's continue here. We are in 1960, and this gal, she got her start singing with Zell Sanders, a group that she managed called The Hearts, and this is a request for listener Emnon, and she also sang lead with a group called the Janettes, their first release, by the way, in 1958. I have that J&S release. It's a pretty rare record. I'll have to pull it out to play again. But she had 7 releases on Donald Shaw's Neptune label. Neptune Records was out of Newark, New Jersey. And this is her 5th that Emnon requested, and one that she wrote. And she's being backed up on this by Baby Jane and the Rockabys. They did all the backup work for Jeanette Baby Washington. This one here from August 1960, Jeanette Baby Washington on Neptune. It's called Tears Fall. This is for Emnon. August 1960 release there for Jeanette Baby Washington on the Neptune record label by request for Emnon. Tears Fall is the name of that one. Let's continue here, and we stay in 1960 as we go back to the Bronx, New York, with a request for Mady Campboy, as she requested Johnny Louise Richardson and Joe Rivers, a.k.a. you know them as Johnny and Joe. And this one first came out on the J&S record record label. It was first issued on J&S Records. Then it was picked up for national distribution by Leonard Chess's Chess label. This tune written by Zell Sanders. This is for Matey, October 1960. Johnny and Joe on Chess Records. It's called Across the Sea.
Oh, my love, you came to me. We'll be together for eternity. I thank the stars and moon above for sending me my love. Oh, my darling, your love belongs to me. I thank the rivers, mountains, I thank the sun shining in the sky. Oh, my darling, your love belongs to me. Oh, I thank the winds that whisper through the trees for sending you back to me. We'll be loving each other, my darling. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, there is no greater love than mine. Blessed be the ties that bind. Oh, my darling, your love belongs to me.
Yes, love. You know I'll always love you, no matter how many winds I have to pass or how deep an ocean I have to swim. The love I have for you will always be here in my heart. The vows we made I always shall hold dear, because my darling, I love you and you belong to me. You're mine, you're mine, you're mine. You're mine, you're mine, you're mine.
As by request from Matey Campboy, she is in our YouTube chat room. That's sort of like an Over the Mountain Across the Sea Part 2. They do have a Part 2, by the way, that came out like in 62, but that very similar to that, but always sounding good. That's Johnny and Joe, Johnny Louise Richardson and Joe Rivers. I featured it on the Chess label. October 1960, Across the Sea. And Mark Himphin, he is across the sea, tuned into the Vinyl Treasure Show at this early hour over in the UK. And Mark, do you turn the clocks back over there too? I wonder if you do that too. But anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Now, last week I played a request for Rick in Philly. He requested the lyrics out of Memphis, Tennessee on the Fernwood record label, You and Your Fellow. Great up-tempo sound there. And flip side is a killer ballad as requested by Nick Nicola. He requested the flip side. It features Percy Millen on lead. This one from May 1961. We move into 61 for the lyrics on Fernwood. Going out to Nick. It's called Let's Be Sweethearts Again.
You said you loved me right from the start.
Now you're telling me you're going to break my heart.
So darling, understand.
Let's be sweethearts again.
Sweethearts again. You broke all promises
sweethearts again, sweethearts again. You broke all promises, you broke all rules. Now you're trying to use me like a fool. So darling, understand. Let's be sweethearts again, sweethearts again. So darling, understand. Let's be sweethearts
As by request for Nick Nicola, their great two-sided 45 by a group called The Lyrics. The Lyrics out of Memphis, Tennessee, May 1961 on the Fernwood record label Let's Be Sweethearts again. And we continue here. We stay in 1961. We go out to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania now to the Varby record label. This label owned by Odell Bailey. And this gal is originally from Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. Did I say that right, Daryl? Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. Her name is Little Maxine Simmons, and this happens to be her only release, and really much an unknown record here, but I like this tune from December 1961. Little Maxine Simmons on Varby Records. It's called Since I Lost You.
Was it yesterday or a year ago? Darling, I don't really know. I've lost track of time since I lost you. I can find my way out of a foggy mind. Oh, why did you leave me behind? I'm a total wreck since I lost you. If I have to, I'll take all the blame. I just want back your arms. The way I'll crawl and plead, I'll show no shame. Oh, please don't do me harm. Won't you save my heart? All this ache and pain. Say you will be mine again. Life has lost its spark since I lost you. If I have to, I'll take all the blame. I just want back in your arms. The way I'll crawl and plead, I'll show no shame. Oh, please don't do me harm. Won't you save my heart? All this ache and pain. Say you will be mine again. Life has lost its spark since I lost you. Oh,
That's on the Varby record label, Varby Records out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Little Maxine Simmons is her name, December 61 release, Since I Lost You. John G, not losing you yet. We still got records to play here, and up next a request for listener Matey Campboy here. This singer is from Richmond, California, and he wrote and produced this 45 on the Christie record label. Christie Records, this Christie label, is out of San Francisco, California. Not to be confused with that other one with the Jades. That is from somewhere else. I think it is from somewhere else. I don't think it's the same label. This is a totally different numbering sequence on this Christie label. But the interesting thing about this is that the band backing him up on this are the Blue Velvets. And I know somebody out there knows who was in the Blue Velvets. I think that's Dave the Rave knows who was in the Blue Velvets. It included John Fogerty. He's on guitar on this record. Stu Cook is on piano, and Doug Clifford, he is on drums. And this group, I think this Blue Velvets, was before the Gollywogs, I guess, and before, of course, he became CCR, but this is an early John Fogerty involvement on this record. March 61, by request for Matey Campboy. His name is James Powell. It's on Christie Records, and it's called Beverly Angel. This is for Matey.
Set my soul on fire. Oh, Beverly Angel, Beverly Angel, I'm longing to know just how you feel about me. Oh, darling, you see how much I care. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You are my idol. I worship night and day, my darling. I do anything, and I do anything just to hear you say, darling, I love you. Darling, I care. I'll go with you any place, anywhere. Beverly Angel. Whoa, Beverly Angel. Oh, Beverly Angel.
As by request for Matey Campboy there, that's James Powell. March 1961 release on the Christie label, Christie Records out of San Francisco, California, and their tune called Beverly Angel. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in the year 1961. This is a rare 45, came out on the Riff record label. It's a request for listener Nick Nicola, and it's the only release for Ben E. Williams, as the tune was written by Y. Parker Wong, and a song he probably wrote about his girlfriend. But anyway, it's by request for Nick Nicola. This is a great two-sided 45, by the way, but it's Ben E. Williams with the Steps 4 and the Del Reys. This is on the Riff record label from November 61, by request for Nick. It's called Mamie Wong.
I met her in old Hong Kong, feeling so
so blue and all alone.
Tip 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 tip, lady, tip dum 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 dum, tip 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 dum 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 dum, maybe walk, 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 maybe walk.
Just make me walk. She gone, away Hong Kong. Susie Wong is a sister fair with a beauty stinker fair. She can dance and she can sing. Susie does most everything. Life is so unfair to me. I'm unhappy as can be. Mother used to say to her, be kind of little sister too. Teach her how to walk and talk, and she will be as lovely as you. I'm glad she's made me one. Little sister of Susie Wong. Susie had taught me how to sing. Now Mamie Wong's got everything.
That's from November 1961. It's funny, they mentioned the release date on the label. It's on the Riff record label. Request for Nick Nicola, Rare 45 by Ben E. Williams with the Steps 4 and Del Rey's. Mamie Wong is the name of the tune. We're going to flip that 45 over next week. Also requested by Nick. As we continue here, now we go back to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for this next group. And last week, Joe Shacatano requested Elroy and the Excitements on Lenny Martin's Alana record label. The side he requested was No One Knows. I think it was Daryl Letts and Nick and also George that requested the flip side of this. As we flip that 45 over, it features Leroy Grammer on lead. We go to April 61. April 61 for Elroy and the Excitements on the Alana record label. It's called My Love Will Never Die.
I'll keep my love will never die. Need to say goodbye.
That's the sound of Elroy and the Excitements there. That's going out to Daryl, Nick, and George. April 1961 on the Atlanta record label, My Love Will Never Die. Let's stay in 1961. We head to Chicago, Illinois, to Lenny LaCour's Lucky 4 record label. This is a request for Amnon, and he requested The Swinging Hearts, as the tune was co-written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Morris Spearman. Morris Spearman on lead at September 61, Lucky 4 Records, The Swinging Hearts with Something Made Me Stop, parentheses, Stop Shopping Around, for Amnon.
Boom, 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 didn't know my shopping around. Boom, 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 didn't know my shopping around.
Well, I say something, something, something. I say rock. I say something made me stop shopping around. Something made me stop shopping around. A little girl took me by surprise. Hit me all of a sudden, baby, when I looked into your eyes. And I used to play the field girl with a cold, cold heart. But since I met you, baby, can't even make a start. That's why I wanna know what made me stop shopping. What made me, girl? What made me stop shopping? Could it be your kisses? The warmth of your lips? Could it be your loving, girl? Your wild, wild loving? That's what made me stop shopping. That's what made me, girl, stop. Hey, yeah, yeah, Something made me stop shopping around. Or something made me stop shopping around. Could it be your smile, girl? The glory of your charm. Or could it be you, girl? Asking, could it be you, girl? I know it had to be you, girl. You made me stop shopping. Nobody but you, little girl. You made me stop. Nobody but you, little girl. Nobody but you. Nobody but you.
As by request for Amnon there, The Swingin' Hearts, September 61 release. Morris Spearman, he's the lead singer. Something Made Me Stop, parentheses, Stop Shopping Around. That one there on Lenny LaCour's Lucky 4 record label. That was re-released on the Diamond label in 1964, so you can get it on Diamond. They have other releases. Nick mentioned in the chat room there, the 620 label. Also, they have a later one on the Magic Touch label that I do have, that I will feature on my All 60's show. That is on Monday evenings from 8 to 11 p.m. Let's continue here. Hope you're digging on the tunes. Those of you tuned in on the Oldies and More radio network, and also those of you enjoying the visual on the YouTube. Tell your vinyl community friends about the show. They can subscribe to the show, as this is a unique opportunity for collectors to see a lot of these records. I've been collecting my lifetime, I guess, and it's an accumulation. You can't really do it the next day. It takes a long time to find a lot of these records. So, and then to actually go through and playing them on a show and have, the capability of doing that. It's not easy. Not everyone can do it. Same thing when I was listening to all the shows back in the day to be associated with a radio station, but now you can do it on your own, and I guess hopefully you're enjoying what I'm doing. That is the main thing. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Here's a request for new listener Ryan Heisey as we go to Brooklyn, New York. as this group had 2 releases on the Honor record label, and Ryan requested their first, and they're called The Honorables, in honor of the Honor label, I guess. And it actually kicked off the label. This is Honor number 100. This one from February 1961. Give a listen to The Honorables by request for Ryan on Honor. It's called Castle in the Sky. As by request for Ryan Heisey, new listener to the Vinyl Treasure Show, The Honorables there from February 61, a group out of Brooklyn, New York on the Honor record label. Castle in the Sky is the name of the tune. Let's continue now. We move into 1962. Now, last week I played a request for Evan Blatt by the Artistics, a group out of Inglewood, New Jersey. The song was called Life Begins at 16. And Nick Nicola said, Johnny G, you got to play the flip side of that 45, so we're going to flip it over for Nick. November 62, the Artistics on S&G Records. It's called One Way, going out to Nick.
One way to love, hold you tight, one way to show you you're my heart's delight, one way to love, and there is only one.
your reply. Oh, well, I'll always be the only one for you. Please don't tell me that one day is through. Oh, baby, say I'm the only one.
November 1962 release there for the Artistics. Artistics on the S&G record label. One Way is the name of that tune. Great two-sided 45, not easy to find either. Life Begins at 16 is the flip side. We are in the year 1962, and this next group, this quintet, they're from Jersey City, New Jersey. It's a request. Actually, two people requested this. An old request for Cheryl Morgan, and listener Emnon requested this. And the group really had one big national hit. I'm sure many of you know the song I Wish That We Were Married. Came out in 1962 on Eddie Joy's Joy label. But this was the follow-up. And the lead singer here, Ronnie Goodson, he was 15 years old at the time. And Charlene has here that he was... his girlfriend at one time was Little Eva Boyd. Interesting here. But anyway, this is from June 62. This is Ronnie and the Highlights by request for Cheryl and Emnon on the Joy record label. It's called Send My Love, parentheses, Special Delivery.
Gonna tell him,
send my love, special delivery. Send my love, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Since you went away, I'm so lonely, and I know you miss me too. Though we're miles apart, you will have my heart. I'll have the mailman bring my love to you.
I'm gonna tell him,
send my love, special delivery. Oh, 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 oh. Hurry, hurry. Kisses through the mail, they will never do. 'Cause it's not like holding you. It's the only way. You're so far away. I have the mailman bring my love to you.
I'm gonna tell him,
Send my love. Promise you'll be true till I come to you. When I do, I'll make you mine. But until that day, I'll send my love this way. I have the mailman bring my love to you.
I'm gonna tell him,
Send my love, special delivery. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hurry, hurry. Send my love, special delivery.
June 62 release there for Ronnie and the Highlights. Ronnie Goodson and the Highlights on the Joy record label. Send My Love, parentheses, Special Delivery. The unfortunate thing about Ronnie Goodson is that he passed away on November 4th of 1980 at the age of 33 from a brain tumor. Much too young to go, but he had his mark in music history with I Wish That We Were Married from 1962. We remember him here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's continue here. We are in 1962. Here's a request for for Eddie Brown, listening in New Zealand. And this group is called The Companions. The interesting thing about this record is, if you look on the label, it has Irv Spice in the orchestra. So where is Fred Clemens when you need him? Because he knows everything about the Mohawk record label. But both sides of this record were recorded at Mohawk Records, and I think at the time when they found the master tapes, the name on the box of for the master tapes of these two songs here were the Gay Notes. So I don't know what that means, but this group is called The Companions, and these two sides were leased by Mohawk Records, Irv Spice's Mohawk Records, to Amy Records, and we're going to listen to one side tonight by request for Eddie Brown, July 62, The Companions on Amy. It's called How Could You? This is for Eddie.
How could you ever break my heart? How could you ever say that we're through? I thought our love would last, but that was in the past. Sometimes I wonder, why did we part? And now it's gone and broken my heart. But it's all over, and darling, I was a fool. Sometimes I wonder, why did we part? Now you've gone and broken my heart. But it's all over, and darling, I was a fool.
How could you
As going out to Eddie Brown there, The Companions. Companions, July 1962 release on the Amy record label. How Could You is the name of the tune. They're liking that one there in the YouTube chat room. Let's continue now on the Vinyl Treasure Show. More sounds out of 1962, and this is a request for listener Matey Campboy as we go back to Brooklyn, New York. And this group had two releases on Eddie Singleton's Keith record label, and Matey requested their first, written by the label owner Eddie Singleton, and it features Harold Bass on lead. This one from June 1962. Give a listen to the Matadors on Keith. Going out to Matey, it's called If You Left Me Today.
If you left me, I don't know what would happen, baby. If you left, what would I do? If you left, we had a quarrel last night, and it broke my heart to say maybe it's better to part and go our separate ways. But where would I go? What could I do? What could I say if you left me today? 'cause now I realize where would I go? What could I do? What could I say if you left me today? Oh, foolishly I talk too much, but here's hoping you understand that without you and your magic dust, baby, I'll be no more than half a man. I promise never again will I hurt you so by causing you pain and threatening to go. Where would I go? What could I do? What could I say if you left me today? I wanna know, what would I do if you left me today, baby? Tell me, what would I do? Oh, I wanna know if you left me.
As by request from Matey Campoy there, the Matadors. The Matadors on the Keith label. That's the first of two on the Keith Records, June 1962, If You Left Me Today. Harold Bass, he is on lead. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Now, on the October 23rd show, I played a request for Eddie Brown. He requested the Vital Tones on the Josie record label, Jerry Blaine's Josie record label, with a song entitled Forever. It's Johnny G losing his mind here. Song entitled Forever. The flip side, though, is excellent, too. George may have requested that record. I'm not sure if he did, but I like the flip side, so we're going to give it a spin. So this will be for me and George here, August 62. These are the Vital Tones here on the Josie record label. You flip over Forever, you get this cool tune. It's called Someone to Love.
All that I need is someone to love. I don't want castle in Spain. A castle in Spain. I don't care. Whoa, sunshine or rain. Heaven's above. Won't you please send me someone to love? What good would it do if they made me a king? For without someone to love, then you really don't have the thing I don't want.
Yes, for George Tompkins and Johnny G. What a great tune that is. Two-Sided 45 by the Vital Tones there on Jerry Blaine's Josie record label, August 62 release. Someone to Love is the name of the tune. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We're spinning songs from 1962 on the original vinyl, and we go back to Philadelphia, PA. This is a request for Evan Blatt. The tune written by the label owner, Buddy Caldwell. He was owner of V-Tone Records. This features Ferris Hill on lead, and he's being backed up by the Madison Brothers. The Madison Brothers had releases on their own, but here they are backing up Ferris Hill here. Ferris Hill was a member of Little Joe Cook's Thrillers. So this one from January 62 going out to Evan, Ferris Hill, and the Madison Brothers on V-Tone Records. I have it on the promo. It's called Did We Go Steady Too Soon?
Oh, I still remember the things that we did in that warm and lovely month of June. What's happened to those moments? Did we go steady too soon? Did we go steady too soon? Oh, well, they said we'll always be together. If we had married while our love was true, but now we are not, and darling, I've lost you. Tell me why did this happen? Oh, was it meant to be? Oh, darling, I wonder, darling, I wonder, will you ever come back to me? Whoa, I still remember the things that we did in this empty now and lonely room. What's happened to those moments? Did we go steady too soon? Did we go steady too soon? Oh, why did you leave me? Why did you make me?
That's for Evan Blatt there. They like that tune there in the YouTube chat room. Ferris Hill and the Madison Brothers, January 62 release on V-Tone Records. Did We Go Steady Too Soon is the name of that one here. As we continue here on the 50s and early 60s edition, here we are in Vinyl Treasure Overtime. I told you we're going to go. Remember, it's going to be, right now it says 1:27. It's really going to be 12:27 in a minute, as we're going to turn the clocks back there. Mark, did they turn the clocks back, or they did that? They don't turn the clocks back. Anyway, Mark in the UK, who's tuned into the program. I know he is. He's up at the wee hours of the morning eating a breakfast. I'm sure he is. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Now, last week, I played a request for new listener Ryan Heisey. He requested the fabulous Pearl Divines out of Long Island. It came out on Al Smith's Alco label out of Babylon, New York, and the song was called So Lonely. And it was Nick Nicola that asked Johnny G to flip it over. It's a great two-sided 45. The originals, by the way, have to be on styrene. That is definitely the case. But when you find these records, they are not cheap by by any means, but they're styrene. I hate styrene records, but we're going to flip it over here because I like the flip side too. October 1963 now. We move into 63. This is on Alco Records. This is going out to Nick Nicola. The Fabulous Pearl Divines. You flip over So Lonely. You get this cool tune with Danny Torres on lead. It's called You've Been Gone.
You've been gone for such a long time, my dear. I miss you so, and I want the whole world to know you've been gone for such a long time, dear. Oh dear, I need you so, and I will never let you go. I love you, darling, oh I do, and I will never let you go. You've been gone for such a long time, my dear. I love you so, and I will never let you go. You've been gone.
As by request for Nick Nicola there. What a great two-sided 45, gotta say. Worth every penny, whatever you pay for that record. What's it go for now? $500 or so? I don't know. But it's on styrene, although that sounded pretty good. Fabulous Pearl Divines there. October 1963 release on the Alco label, You've Been Gone. Flip side is called So Lonely. Great two-sided 45. It's going out to Nick Nicola. We continue here in Vinyl Treasure Overtime. We are in 1963. Back to Philadelphia we go. And this is a request for Joe Shacatano. This group first recorded for Red Top Records back in 1960 as the Twilights. Then they became Tony and the Twilighters. And Tony was really Anthony Tony Moresco. And he would have a release on the Herald record label as the Dynamics. That's a rare 45 that I haven't played in a while here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And then the group signed with Mercury Records for 2 releases, and Joe requested their second. This tune written and produced by Johnny Madera and David White. We go back to August 1963 for Anthony and the Sophomores. Anthony is Tony Moresco. This is on Mercury Records. It's called Better Late. Wait. Better Late. It says better late than better. That's not right. It's better late than never. This is going out to Joe Shacatano.
Better late than never. Better late than never. Better late than never. It's better late than never. because I've been such a fool. I'm sorry now, so sorry, darling dear. Why did I make you cry? Who'd ever think that I'd have these tears in my eyes? Oh, I'm begging you, please. Oh, please, let me come back. I'm so lonely. Look at me, can't you see that I changed? I'm not the same little boy that I've been since you know me. It's better late than never, darling. It's better late than never. Please, I've learned my lesson well, darling. Please, I promise to be kind, but only time will tell. Oh baby, don't you think it's better? It's better late than never. Honey, I mean to tell you, it's better late than never. Oh, I mean to tell you, honey, it's gotta be better late than never.
As going out to Joe Shacatano there, that's Anthony and the Sophomores. August 1963, it's on the Mercury record label. Better Late Than Never is the name of the tune. Well, it's late now, but it's going to be better soon as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Those of you tuned in on the Oldies and More Network and also watching Johnny G on the YouTube streamer there. Mark turned his clock back last week, so it was already earlier for him. But let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We go out to Los Angeles, California, with a request for new listener Ryan Heisey, as this group is called the Matadors, not the group from Brooklyn, New York. This group is from Los Angeles, California. Initially, this group recorded as the Gents on the Liberty record label. Then they became the Dories on the Dore record label until they finally became the Matadors. That's what Charlene has on here. And this is the first of three, this trio, it's a trio, did on the Colpix record label. They did backup work for Jan and Dean also. Actually, Jan and Dean arranged and produced this tune. And this group consisted of Tony Minciello, Manuel Sanchez, and the lead singer for the group is Vicky Diaz. Vicky Diaz, is that the Vicky Diaz that sang on the Donna label, Charlene? Is that the Vicky Diaz? I'm not sure, because I have records by Vicky Diaz on Donna Records. Oh, yeah, actually, she has it here. Had a couple of solo releases on the Delphi record label. But anyway, this song, when you listen to it, to me, it reminds me of a tune by the Echoes, if you're familiar with a tune called Baby Blue by the Echoes. That's what this record reminds me of. But anyway, it's from July of 1963. This is going out to Ryan Heisey. These are the Matadors with Vicky Diaz on lead on the Colpix record label. The song is called Ace of Hearts.
Baby, 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 I'm the ace of hearts. Baby, 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 I'm the ace of hearts. So you think you broke my heart, brought teardrops to my eyes. I know you haven't stayed at home. Don't think you made me cry. It's time you knew that I cheated too. Yes, I'm the ace of hearts. You sit there like the queen the kings and life from the start. But I'm the guy you'll never beat, 'cause I'm the ace of hearts. Baby, 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 I'm the ace of hearts. You thought you had my love and that you own my heart. Funny how girls like you think their guys aren't so smart. Don't think I'm blue, 'cause now the joke's on you. Yes, I'm the ace of hearts. Baby, 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 I'm the ace of hearts.
As by request for Ryan Heisey. Ryan Heisey requested the Matadors out of Los Angeles, California. Vicky Diaz, he's the lead singer on that group there, July 1963. That one there, arranged and produced by Jan Berry of Jan and Dean fame. That one there on the Colpix record label. Ace of Hearts is the name of the tune. Hopefully Johnny G's your Ace of Hearts on Saturday night from 10 to 1 a.m. right here on YouTube and also on Oldies and More Radio. Let's continue here from 1963. We go back to Brooklyn, New York. This is a request for listener Cheryl Morgan. This group first recorded as the Concords back in 1961 on the RCA record label, had releases also on Gramercy and the Russ label and Herald Records. Here they are recording as the Sherwoods, and this one's from October of 1963, came out on Dot Records. It's so for Cheryl, give a listen to the Sherwoods, October 63 on Dot. It's called True Love Was Born, parentheses, with our last goodbye.
Goodbye, do-do-do, goodbye, do-do-do.
My tears still fall like rain from the sky when I recall our last goodbye. I wear a smile while my heart wants to cry. Life's not the same since our last goodbye. Although you've gone so far away, I know that you'll return to me someday. While we're apart, I dream won't die. True love was born with our last goodbye. True love was born with our last goodbye.
As by request for Cheryl Morgan there. Whoops, I'm not ready for that record. Shutting the wrong thing off here. Those are the Sherwoods, a.k.a. the Concords, October 63 release on Dot Records. True Love Was Born, parentheses, with our last goodbye. We are playing records out of 1963, and on the October 2nd, 2021 show, played a request for Joe Shacatano by The Dimensions, Lenny Dell and The Dimensions, their rendition of the tune My Foolish Heart. The group from the Bronx, New York. It was their third of 9 on the Coral record label. Let's flip the 45 over and give a listen to the flip side before we file it back down in the no humidity basement. This one is from January 1963, the late Lenny Dell. And he passed away a couple of months ago, unfortunately. But here he is on lead with The Dimensions on the Coral label, and their tune called Just One More Chance.
Just one more chance, give me to prove it's you I care for. Each night I'll say a little prayer for. Give me just one more chance.
Boom, boom, boom.
Doop, da-da-doop, doop, da-da-doop, doop, da-da-doop, whoa. Just one more night to taste the kisses that enchant me. I'd want no others if you'd grant me.
But well, one more chance.
Just one more chance. I'm learning the meaning of repentance. Oh, now you're the jury at my trial. I know that I should serve my sentence.
Still I'm hoping, well I'm praying for one more chance.
Oh, I said that I was glad to start out, but now I'm back to cry my heart out. Give me one more chance. I'm learning the meaning of repentance. Now you're the jury at my trial. I know that I should serve my sentence.
Still I'm hoping, well I'm praying for one more chance.
Oh, I said that I was glad to start out, but now I'm trying to cry my heart out. Give me one more chance. Oh, baby, won't you give me one more chance?
Those are the, whoops, as Lenny Dell and The Dimensions. See, Johnny G getting copyright stuff now. I tell you, when I go too long, they kind of get a little antsy. January 1963, The Dimensions there on the Coral record label, Just One More Chance. That's the third of 9 on the Coral record label. Actually, George, you may have one time requested this song, but this next 45 is a request for Tom Shaughnessy. Excuse me. This group is from New York. Their first release came out on the Tar X label. They also have another great release on the Alva label, but this one's on Merry-Go-Round Records from 1963, actually December of 63. They're called The Charters. The Charters, it features Richie Rios. Richie Rios is on lead. It's on the Merry-Go-Round record label. This is going out to Tom Shaughnessy. The Charters with Lost in a Dream.
I'm lost in a dream. Let me hold you tonight. That will make alright. Come on and hold me and squeeze me. I'm lost in a dream. Tell me your lips are only mine. Tell me they're mine for her lifetime. Come on and hold me and squeeze me. I'm lost in a dream. So hold my hand and let me know that I'm your only man. I say, home alone. Well, I want you to make home. Tell me your lips are only mine. Tell me they're mine for a lifetime. Come on and hold me and squeeze. Baby, just squeeze me. I'm lost. I'm lost in a dream.
As by request for Tom Shaughnessy there. Those are the Charters from December 63 on the Merry-Go-Round record label, song entitled Lost in a Dream. We're all counting down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And up next, we go back to Brooklyn, New York. Earlier we heard from it's your lucky day, Ryan Heisey. It's your lucky night tonight, we'll have to say. But earlier we heard from the Sherwoods, a.k.a. the Concords. And yes, the same Concords that did Cross My Heart on the Gramercy label. But they return here with a request for Evan Blatt. And mentioned, but they are the exact group here. This tune, though, written by Jackie DeShannon, and it was produced by Feldman, Goldstein, and Gotterer. And this side features Teddy Graybill on lead, and this song charted number 42 on WAPR in Springfield, Massachusetts. But anyway, this is for Evan Blatt, a request by the Concords, June 64. We move into 64 now on the Epic label. This is for Evan, the Concords with Should I Cry?
Wonder, should I cry?
You used to hold my hand, we go to the show. People knew how much you got. Every place we go, tonight at the party, I saw how you looked at Lou. You danced with me while and then he asked you to dance, and then I wonder, should I cry? Wonder, will I be yours?
As by request for Evan Blatt there, those are the Concords. June 1964 release on the Epic record label. Should I Cry is the name of the tune. We're going to move up now. I got 4 records to go here, and I don't know the release date on this. Charlene's got the wrong information here, but anyway, I think this is for Tom Shaughnessy, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody requested, who requested Chain of Broken Hearts? Because I don't have the right information here. But that's what I'm playing here. So somebody requested the Camelots, and I think it's David Nichols. He's the lead singer. This is on the Relic label, and out of Hackensack, New Jersey, 1965. I think we'll send it out to Tom Shaughnessy here, but it's the Camelots on Relic Records from 1965. It's called Chain of Broken Hearts. It's a cappella.
I'm on a chain, yes, a chain of broken hearts. Yes, a chain of broken hearts. Oh, they're going crack, crack. Oh, because I told a lie. Oh, a simple little lie. When I said I loved you, yes, a chain of broken hearts all over town, telling my story of what I'm putting down. Oh, the girls are gonna cry, cry, oh, because I told a lie. Just a simple little lie. When I said I love you, I found a love that is true, but I know that I will hurt her too. I'll break her heart, but I promise to this one girl, there's no other, no, not in this world. I love, no, I love, no, that I love, no, that I love. It's a chain of broken when I said I loved you, it's a chain of broken hearts.
Those are the Camelots there. Camelots there with Chain of Broken Hearts, featured it on the Relic record label. Charlene can't find her data on that one there anyway, so we'll send it out to Tom Shaughnessy. Let's continue here. 3 more 45s to go before we sign off here. We're going to move all the way up to 1973 now. And this is a special request for George Tompkins here, and it's this group is called Royal Flush, and it's their only release on Sid Nathan's Deluxe record label. The interesting thing with this is that the song is written by Robert S. Riley Sr., who co-wrote the song Just Walking in the Rain for the Prisonaires with Johnny Bragg and the Prisonaires. Johnny Bragg and Robert S. Riley Sr. wrote Just Walking in the Rain. Interesting thing. But this group is called the Royal Flush, so I don't know if there's any connection there. But then when George sent me the email, he asked me, he said, Johnny G, you have this record that I did have. So we're going to send this one out by special request to George Tompkins, 1973. On, I don't think Sid Nathan's own Deluxe by this time. I think he sold it to the country label, Starday Records, yes. Royal Flush here on Deluxe Records, 1973 for George. It's called You Are Gone.
Well, here it is, the dawn of a new day, a bad day, because my baby is gone.
There was no one to bother the toast when it popped up, and there was no one to pour fresh coffee into my empty cup. But the note still reads the same. Baby, the one signed with your name, saying you're gone, you are gone, you are gone.
The sound of the clock is like thunder.
Music takes away the time.
Oh, and out of this maze of thoughts, I wonder,
am I losing my mind? There's no one for me to kiss goodbye as I drag out the door, and there'll be no one waiting for me, no one like all those nights before. But your note still lying there, saying aloud, I feel somewhere, saying you're gone, you are gone, you are gone. Come back, baby, I'm so lonesome without you. I need your love beside me, baby. Can't you see a man can't make it without the guidance of you, baby? A woman is the makers of a man.
As by request for George Tompkins, 1973. They're called Royal Flush. Royal Flush on Deluxe Records. You Are Gone is the name of the tune. We're not gone yet, not for two more 45s here. And I got two requests here coming up here. Up next here, a request for listener Joe Shacatano. This artist was the son of bluesman, singer, songwriter, and actor of the 1930s and 40s, Josh White. And this one here is Josh White Jr. And his first release was on Decca Records in 1959, but this is the second of three on the Mercury record label. This one charted number 8 on WAMS out of Wilmington, Delaware here. Let's go to June of 1964 for Josh White Jr. on Mercury Records. It's a request for Joe Shacatano. It's called Do You Close Your Eyes?
Do you close your eyes? Do you close your eyes? Do you close your eyes like I close mine? Do
As by request for listener Joe Shacatano, that is Josh White Jr., June 1964 release, the second of three on the Mercury record label. Do You Close Your Eyes? I ask that to Barbara all the time. All the time. That's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. I want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to original vinyl 45s out of my collection. You want to get in touch with Johnny G, send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. Send me your requests. If I have the 45s, I'll find them. Eventually, I'll find them, yes. You can send me a bunch of requests so I get to pick a few, because I don't have them all. I have a lot, but I don't have them all. But I do have quite a few. I should say that. Again, thank you all for tuning in tonight and making tonight a special, extra long show. And actually, I did that with Joe Shacatano sent me an email. He said, Johnny G, I heard a rumor you were doing overtime tonight because the clocks are going to go back, so you'll start it over again. I said, well, that's probably a good thing. So we're actually finishing earlier than expected, right? It is earlier. Yeah, it's like almost the normal time, really. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in tonight. And thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. Those of you tuned into the Oldies and More radio network, and those of you watching on YouTube, I'll be back next Saturday again at 10 o'clock for more original vinyl 45s from the 50s and early 60s. And I'll be on this coming Monday on Oldies and More radio, and also back here on YouTube with the All 60s show. You know, I play sometimes some of the early 60s, but anything that most of the stuff you will not hear on the 50s show. Anyway, that's how I put it. But anyway, thank you all again for tuning in. We're closing tonight. The interesting thing about this is I'm playing a record that belonged to one of my listeners in my chat room. I mean, I said that with George Tompkins when I bought his second copy of Dennis Brown and the Atomics, but I can say that I bought this record from Nick Nicola when he was selling his collection. It was a gold mine auction. I won a few records. I have them here. I have the ones, I know the ones that I bought from Nick. And an L Captains, I think. I had another one on the New Cat label. I have another one on Dutone. I have some. There were some that when Nick used to put some of them in the gold mine auction. But the closer tonight is actually a request for my number one California listener, Mady Campboy. She requested this tune from 1965. The song is from the 1951, what was it? Was it a screenplay or The King and I? It's called We Kiss in the Shadow, and the group is called The Loves, L-U-V-S. It's on the Stallion label. It's 1965. There are like 5 releases on this label. I think I have 3 or 4 of them, but this is one of them, and it actually sounds a little bit like In the Still of the Night by the Five Satins. It's when it starts off. But this is for Mady Campboy. It's our closer tonight. Thank you all for tuning in. The archive will be up. Who knows how long it's going to take. But if you missed any of the show, you can go to my website, vinyltreasures.net. You can stream or download the show there. I'm sure the YouTube stream will be up. It may take a long time for this 4-hour show to go up. But anyway, thank you all for that. I'll be on Monday night at 8 o'clock, 8 to 11 o'clock. If those of you are into the 1960s sound, mostly soul records I'll be playing, but I'll be back next Saturday night at 10 o'clock for more 1950s and early 60s requests that you, the listeners, send Johnny G. So everybody take care. Have a great week. If not, I'll see you Monday night. Good night, everybody. Just want to say so long for Mady.
We
Okay, folks, that's going to do it. Show you the records here as I got off of Oldies and More radio. There you go, Nick. That's your 45 there. Plays pretty nice. We Kiss in the Shadow there. The Loves on the Stallion record label. There you go. Isn't it kind of odd? Isn't it odd that you can see your records that you own? I mean, it's just, I think it is. It's too bad I didn't get any of George's original records. That is what I say. But anyway, there you go. There's Josh White Jr. that Joe Shakatana requested on Mercury Records again. Thank you all for tuning in tonight, and hope you enjoyed yourself. I do. I always do. And I enjoy spending the time to create the show and doing it. This is really the only time I get to hear my records, I tell you. It really is. But again, thank you all again. So I'm going to go relax now because I got to catch up on our sleep. And I'll see you guys next Saturday night. Good night, everybody. Thanks again, Charlene. Bye-bye.